All right, y'all. We got another one. On another trucker, trucker event. Never liked it. Well, I did like it. Time passed, but yeah, better the things when you come down, you know. But I just like at least benefit whatever I can get. Volume and everything is good. Sorry to be tabbing in and out, but what I do. I want you to know how I do it. To make sure everything is good. Truck may be a little bit louder. I'm in the 579. Let's bring out that holiday event. I'm not big on holidays, so I'd rather leave it there. If you know me, then you understand where I'm coming from. But I do not mind
Time to get the
opportunity.
job done.
So anything I can get out the game, I will do. So it's all content, it's all footage. So and then uh, so far what I had already did wasn't enough. So uh, feel like I gotta do some running in a 14-day period again. So according to Facebook, they said um, I got to stream 4 hours in a 14-day period again. So thought I was doing good staying ahead. I guess not. I guess it wasn't enough. So it's what it is. So if I use this event to go on and push me along and try to get through some of these hours, that's all I can tell you. Yeah, but first things first, I had to back out of the beta. So my plan was us to run the CLT 9000, and then this event popped up. So I only got so much time to do it. So I'm going to try to knock it out. 13 runs. I already knocked out one just to see as a test run to see if I can benefit. So um, typical holiday packages. That's all it is. In the tunnel, you get the little. Well, it's a community event. So personal goal 13 done. I did. If you're interested, I'll put. Um, if you play the game just like I do, if you're interested in doing it, go for it. Get what you can get out of it. And that's it. You know, um, this backdrop is an option. I don't like when they put stuff there that I don't want, but it goes with the theme or whatever, and I'm very simple, so it doesn't even matter. So I don't even see uh, load here, so I'm gonna have to probably go to sleep. But it's nice touch because it's different. It's a different backdrop than what we have seen, and I like that. I mean, I like the business aspect of what they're doing. That's what I like. That's what technically made me um, uh, be a participant because they always been for the community, and that's what I like. They always tried to give what they could for the community, and that's not a problem. All Alright, so we're gonna go on ahead and oh, I already got the run. Oh, the run is already in place. That's why I can't find it. Okay, let's go and get it. Okay, so I just gotta go and get the run. I think I'm running W900 engines. I will be busy dealing with certain things, and some things I just won't get into. That's the way I am. And I've been hearing that the complications in the streams anyway, so I haven't been in this truck in months, man. It's probably been almost close to a year. Got to share the stream. It's raining outside. We had 2 good days. Now it's typical. Share right. Right there. I wasn't sure it was gonna share right. Sometimes, well, sooner or later they're gonna be making this official of how this thing is gonna be shared. So, I'm not really ready for that change, but I have to try to go along with the change.
Stay left, and then turn left.
Some of the mods I got in here, they're sort of unique in themselves because they actually it actually adds what I've been trying to get somebody to do. And you're dealing with other vehicles, so I like that. It looks like we got us going right back to the first run was right over here.
Then turn left.
So it looks like we're going to be going back and forth maybe to the rail depot. but we can go further. And I'm more likely I'm probably gonna go with a further run. Yeah. Like, like already. But now this is where it gets tricky because I couldn't see over there. Kept bumping into stuff. I'll get a chance to probably laugh at bumping into stuff over here. It's pitch black. It's so dark over here. It's a shame. Have it like going. I think because of Texas on the way, this is where a lot of your runs are really going to be coming from. So somehow they're going to be connected in some form of fashion.
Turn left.
Alright. Turn right here. The icon is. Probably going to be late for this run a little bit.
Nice run.
I don't see it. So I must have lost it. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta log into it. That's what it is. Yeah, I gotta log into it again. I sure forgot about that. You think it would automatically log you in, but it doesn't. You gotta, like, every day, every time you do the event, you have to log into it. So I gotta put my little personal stuff up there for me. I wish I would have did this earlier, but it don't matter. This is something that you would have to do. Log in, log out. I normally have this already set up, but I think I got it set up on one end, but sometimes from this end I like to do it because then it's official. You ain't got to worry about second guessing if it is there or not. So wrong. I know what I did. Wrong password in. Wrong lettering. So this be word to the wise. Those that interested in any events that they do on here, that you have to do. Not bad because it's all secured because you wouldn't think that people would be so simple to take your information. They just so simple with that. So I can at least show y'all what has already been done. I did do one of the runs already. Show y'all real quick. There it is. So, I don't like I call this demon night. I don't know why. People don't like that. Why you call it that? I mean, this is my opinion. Just like you got your opinion of what you want. I did it all. I was all into those so current events and stuff. Sometimes it just gets to be um, a headache after a while. It's all about money. That's all it is. What it's all about. If you want to talk to me about it, that's what it's about. The candy, I can get candy all the time. I eat candy. I eat too much candy already. It's just the cause behind the candy. That's the thing that's got or whatever. I'm not gonna that ain't something that y'all want to hear. All right, now I possibly can get my contract. This is World of Trucks, so anything in the World of Trucks. So it may be right where I'm at. Hopefully it is. It's gonna be a salty dog. Okay. All right, they got us going somewhere else. Well, it's not too bad. It's 2 hours. And if I would have caught it just in time, it'd be there. Okay. That's gonna still take us out the way a little bit. I may take that other route. I have a choice to take either one, but the thing about it is I'd rather take the shorter runs, and that's more done in the stream than not done in the stream. So I don't like to take a lot of the long runs unless it's necessary. So let's see. May have to go to Seattle. Let's go to Seattle. All right. Whatever. Let's go with. Let's do it. Could be simple-minded about it. As long as the runs get
Ready
done.
to roll.
That's what it's all about. As long as the runs get done. All right, let's go. Like 90% of the time, I'm here in the dark. Lately. 579. The night that runs here. Train coming. Star Trek Earth. Unplug it. Not plugged up. Okay. I was wondering why it wasn't working right. Probably ain't gonna even work now because I had it doing my construction simulator, so it's not gonna even work. Oh, there you go. It still works. Great. Yes. Yeah, business now, boss. I was hoping that I'll still be able to use it.
Then turn left.
It wouldn't have been like I couldn't use it, but I'm trying to take this off. No, that's GPS right there. I'd rather have my track R, but I've been using a lot of my components now for various stuff, so not gonna forget about Construction Simulator. I gotta figure out something I have to use, something to optimize it. Figuring out that's a pretty fun game.
Go straight.
Don't slow it down. I just was sort of upset that I couldn't use my the dudes even in the open beta, but you know, it is what it is. But at least I was able to use one of my. It's the same profile. It's just that I had to actually read a save point based on this event. So. All these security points, and this reminds me of the we have a port, but it's for the trains, you know, the container port. I guess that's what they call it. Yeah, I got one right up the street, right next to my job. It's closer to my job than to me. But trucks be coming in and out. Alright, now we gotta sort of search for this. Oh, there it is. Alright, hazard lights on. Sometimes you have traffic in here already with you. And all my little angles. Yeah, but so anybody that plays the game that's in 145, they shouldn't have no problem with knocking out this event. Encourage you to do it, even if you have your opinion about it. Because just like I did the other event and got the for Euro truck and got that 10-year paint job. So that's what it's about. It's just understanding what they're trying to do. So a lot of these events actually bring us together, collectively, even though like virtually, and that's all that is. You can think like that, big business like that, and you can sort of, get around all that stuff. I can see that.
Let's go.
Alright, good. Lock her down. Alright, go. Alright, so we got some treats going somewhere on the page and price paper in Aberdeen. And you're going to see a lot of more of this kind of content of trying to have you go, well, I call it challenges. I think I'm going the wrong way. The other way. Yep. It's tricky sometimes. This game will definitely make you figure out how to drive. Definitely teach each other really to drive. Alright, gotta go through the metal detector. One metal detector, then go to another metal detector. I like how the whole concept, or X-ray, this is the X-ray machine right here. I like how they got the concept of actually you having to go through all the work of a trucker. Because all this stuff is actually important. because of the 9/11 situation, terrorist issues, and stuff like that. And I actually used to drive a bus on the port on port property, where I had to actually have an ID that I had to have around my neck in order to be on that property. And they call it a Tootsie card, which those that are naval, from the Navy and stuff like that, they had to have one to have that. And what it does is has your fingerprint in the tip, and technically have to be on your best behavior to come down and being out in the because all your information is on it. So if you did something you had no business doing, they gonna find you. All that stuff was recorded. Alright, let's be on the road now. I may be able to recover. So I'm supposed to go the other way, but I think it's gonna reroute. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not too far off. One thing I like about the GPS is it will allow you to reroute. And everything is accurate as it can be. That's what I like. Got a bypass, good. Consider put beacons on here anyway, because this is like special transport. When it comes down to the graphics and stuff, and the little critique things that really matter. This is what I like. Even though I may not be a fan of certain things, but I respect way things when it comes to graphics and stuff like that. I respect that. May change my skin to make it a little bit more subtle to the with a well, not subtle, but kind of go with the theme. I could have got the skin, the holiday skin, and that would have been a nice little touch. But that's the only paint job I never bought. And I've been there and did it. I'm not gonna tell the person. You just have to come to that point, because it takes time for people to sort of wake up or see the light and things. I never want to be a person that's not at least really can relate to you. I'm surprised that the stream is smooth. And the other time it's not. Well, outside for a minute.
My calendar can be new birthdays and my anniversary are all in the next month. That's why
Gotta hold the line on here a little bit.
My 100 followers, family and friends. Celebrations support gives me free shipping on thousands of making kits. And the more gifts I give, the more perks and rewards I have. Giving continues to celebrate mode. Learn more at 100cloud.com/free. That's 100cloud.com/free.
Aberdeen already. Dang. Wow. So this is what we done, boy. Dang. I got there quick as heck. That 2 hours, I knocked that 2 hours out quick. That's what I like about getting these shorter runs, and then I can get through them faster. And we got some daylight playing. Oh, snap. Now look at that. Look at that load. That's what you call the oversize. And I'm seeing people actually listening to that. That is nice. I like that. That's different. not gonna make no promises on how long I'm gonna be on here. So, 579, and this ain't even I don't even think this is the original sound. My girl driver, I forgot it. Guess it's my wife driving. This may be my wife's profile. So I was gonna try to get her into it, but she just wasn't into it. And you know, I'm not gonna knock her for not being into what I like. No. You know, but it's a relaxing game. That's all I tell anybody. Oh, now that's nice to see the bridge. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, that is cool. Love those animations of the bridges and stuff. Oh, don't already went through there. That's always been the coolest part. Something else being hauled. Got all kinds of equipment being hauled around. I'm glad somebody put that on the workshop. So they got a fire truck over there that you can haul. Alright, let's drop this off. You can try to get us another run. Oh, it's already okay. Last time they had us, I think we may be dropping them back and forth to here. Yeah, because I dropped off the first run I dropped off here, and they had me had to bag it up in the spot. Drop the trailer. Alright, there should be another one for the record books. Alright. Let's find us a run around here. Alright, now this time I'm gonna sort of go further. Only because I don't want it to overlap where I'm going back and forth in the same area. And it ain't counting, so I'm just gonna have to go ahead and go out of the state. It's easier to do it that way than go through all that, you know. like that thing over there. That's where you can back the trailer up to. That would be nice for us to actually hook up to it, and they lift the whole thing up, the whole truck and trailer up. That's nice. I'm gonna probably take a picture of that. Ain't those on like farms and stuff like that. Alright, let's see. Did we get that rod? I don't think they gave us that run. Make sure. Oh yeah, we got it. I got it. We got it. Just need to pop up. Alright, let's go. Oh, let me see. Resume delivery. Yeah, need to get it. There we go. This ain't showing up on GPS until I get out of here. I think Texas is gonna be complementing glass and what else? The turbines, wind turbines. So now we're gonna be sort of getting back into that because it's supposed to be the biggest turbine producer or whatever, glass producer in Texas. So we'll see how that goes. I think Texas is technically around the corner. I think we may get it before the year's out. We may get it during Christmas time or next month. Who knows? And so far, they've had the same MO on how to actually release a lot of this stuff. So, don't be surprised. And a lot of people are saying that we may get it. 40 years out, so we're going off-road. Oh, I guess they may be turning us around. May have made a wrong turn. Well, this is for those that would think that we wouldn't have to go off-road, but the game is allowing you to do all kinds of interesting stuff. Oh, that's damage. Alright. I thought it actually went back down. Oh, we'll get it together. So it went up. So I should have went around this way. I used to do a lot of this log loads and stuff like that, logging equipment. Yeah, when they first came out with the state, I was doing a lot of it. So I'm gonna sort of get back into a lot of stuff that I used to do. Maybe it's inside the West Place. That's probably where I made my mistake. And discombobulated a little bit. I knew the load had to be in here somewhere. I missed it. They should have just hooked me up to the trailer. They had me all confused. That's why I thought it was outside the trailer. But I looked at the zeros and I'm like, okay, where's the load at? No, I should have just came in here and looked around first. Sometimes I do that, lose train of thought. So it's back here somewhere. It's back around here in the cut somewhere. Yep, there it is. Right on point. Lock her down. Dude. Right. I noticed that these companies are complimenting each other. Like you got the paper place, paper company, and when you bring wood down here, you could because you need wood in order to make paper, and you have to have chemicals that actually help break down the wood to make the paper. So it's cool how they are connecting everything together. It's a well-oiled machine. All right, let's go. Might use this tap shift a little bit. Got a little weight on me. I don't know what the weight is. Yeah, 39,000. Yeah, that's a lot of weight. Oh, it's starting to rain. but they got a move over law here in Ohio. They've been trying to stick with it a whole lot now. Which is they have to sort of stay on it because there's too many accidents nowadays. They were just looking, I was looking on the news where they were showing all the accidents, all the trouble areas when they come down to accidents. So I didn't get a chance to look at all the footage. I was sort of tired. But control. Yeah, a lot of these events can be boring for folks. It ain't boring to me. I mean, I know how to just do the thing. And, I mean, it's like if I'm hauling product that I didn't know nothing about. You know, sometimes you don't know what you're hauling. You ain't got to ask no questions about it. A lot of times these loads are sealed, so you can't find out what's in there what's in the trailer anyway. If you do, then they don't want the load, because then you have compromised it. So this is what this is like to me. Now, what I can do, I can hop in my own trailer and pull the same stuff, which I probably would do. But you know, I may go and get another trailer, get my own custom trailer, and do it. Just you know, I just wanted to sort of show y'all what can be done. You know, and you still can do the same load. So I'll probably more likely buy me a trailer. I got enough money. I had on this profile. I mean, on this compared to the last profile I was doing. Try to see if I can get one that is where I can complement, where it's a custom, like as an owner operator type setup. See if I can make me a trailer real quick while I'm in here. I haven't been in a box trailer in a minute. I actually got a chance to see a tarp trailer, and my wife seen the tarp trailer. They use that yeah, it's like nice little trailer together. See if I can get it. That's technically close enough, you know. But I'm gonna make it double, and I'll make it probably a little bit bigger. Where it's a little bit heavier. And this is where I wish I could I can get this color scheme, and then I get it, put it up there. I try to at least make it match as much as I can. But sometimes you don't get. It's not hard for me to do it. So I can actually customize it. Make that more grayer. Get rid of the blue. Make that more red. Get a darker red. And then make sure it's even darker. And just follow the blueprint on how to actually make it so it's technically like it. The only difference is I will probably make this actually black, and that's technically pretty much it. Yeah, and it looks almost like it. I could probably make that a little bit more rarer, and that's it. So. Low profile lights on there. And this is along the low. So we'll go with that. This is flat flap. Light. Nice little cargo boxes under here. I'm gonna go with the chrome round, which I need to see what those are probably just the regular chrome round. And I just make sure I can I'm not sure where I'm going, but I can actually have it transferred there if I want to. So you're never limited to the trailer that you have pulled when you do these events a lot of times. As long as it's connected to external contracts, you can use your own custom trailer. You know, that's something I always like to do anyway. And I use their trailer. Here in front. Normally I have a light bar or I have a wind deflector. Probably I would go with the wind deflector. I like the lights in the front because, you know, I'm just a fan of lights. But I'm not that much of a fan where it's like overbearing. Yeah. I'll probably go with the wind deflector since I already got the RAM right here. And normally I would put the wheel covers on here, but I'm not going to do all that. And that's it. You know, that's I mean, you can't get no better than that. But look how much money it took for me to do that. The original price was $45,700. For the additional stuff that I put on there to make it custom the way I want it, the paint jobs and everything, another $41,000. So I paid double just to make it the way I want it. So I paid $86,000 for a $45,000 trailer. But that's the way it you know, that's the way it works. Want something which is, you know, so more likely it's probably gonna be here. I just put it there, and I just set it in Seattle, and I have it transferred to me when I'm ready for it. You know, and I can still do the event. You know, you may not like the trailer, and just like here, you can actually opt out of here if you don't want this scheme in the background. You can can actually change that. So you can go here, gameplay, and it already has, you know. So just like the Christmas one, I may not be into that, you know, but you can change it, you know. And that's what I like about you being able to change the stuff around. So a lot of times when you're doing these events, you get this kind of stuff. You get the little incentives for doing the event. You know, you get snow whenever it's snow time, stuff like that. I like this one better because I've always liked it the way it shows. So I just go right back to this because this is what we're doing. Now I can actually make it where it's random, where it's every 60 seconds there's a delay. You know, fade out or whatever. Or I can have it fade out every 10 seconds, 5 seconds. You know, whatever I want. You know, do whatever I want. So that's the thing I like about where you can change things up, do what you want. Pretty much it. So. Alright, so back in it. Let's find out why air cables aren't created or whatever. Still haven't figured out how to create the adaptive cruise control where if they slow down, then my truck will slow down. So I gotta figure that out. See how my truck getting closer and closer to him. I should be slowing down. So I gotta figure that out. I'm about to switch this thing back over to automatic. There we go. Love to switch gears, but my body can't handle it. Alright, we gotta get off.
Exit right.
Gotta see if I got another garage close, so I want it to go too far out to get it.
Standing back.
to pull in for inspection. Unbelievably still dark outside.
Okay, that's fine.
Wow. Inspection 74,138. That's why I wanted another trailer. This trailer is heavy, and I'd rather have extra wheels and stuff. I'm only going through it. So I'm definitely going to pull my custom trailer. And I just like the whole theme of hauling my own stuff. I mean, pulling my own equipment. I ain't forgot about creating a platform for profile, so I can if anybody wanna do any runs with me, they'll be able to do it. But I'm gonna make sure they ain't gotta go through all that politics trying to do it. So make sure I have I may create a profile where there's no mods, and you have to just deal with that. Deal with no mods just to be able to congregate with me a little bit. So a lot of this stuff is in the works. It's like I'm gonna try to make sure I save for use a lot of my old saves to bring them up to speed to use them for a lot of upcoming events that I'm trying to create. Little things that I'm trying to create. Alright, we got a viewpoint, so we can go in and try to check out this viewpoint while we're here. Pull over. Oh, it's off the highway. I can't do it. Oh well. Much for that. Oh, we about to be dropping this off. And I forgot to see if we actually got that counted. Check the deal. That trip counted. Yep, sure did. Yep, 2 out of 13. So this is gonna be 3 out of 13 right here. We're making good timing. Sorry. My apologies. Sorry. So I gotta wait until they gone in and figure out that, gonna exchange. We can exchange insurance information. Okay. All right. Sorry. Man, why is y'all the same? What the heck? Y'all must be twin brothers. Why don't you just go? I mean, I told you, I mean, now you holding up traffic. I guess you want the cops here too, huh? Okay, well. Yeah, I'm at the report this incident to the company. Oh well. Come on. What are you doing? I mean, I said I was sorry. Let me see if I can back up. To release the brakes, I can roll back. Can I roll back? Yep, I'm rolling back. Slowly. Maybe that's probably what it is. Gotta sort of roll back off them and then they'll come in and fix the problem. Alright, make sure I don't run into them. Okay, we'll stop right there. Okay. Now you got room to recover now. What's the problem now? Okay, I'm gonna have to just go around. I'm not gonna keep playing games, so. See ya. Tried to tell you. Look, now you want to bag up. Look at him. What is he doing? What is he doing? I already told you. I was sorry. Oh, I guess he gonna call the cops on me. We already exchanged insurance information. So what the heck? What else you want from? I don't know. These drivers. Now that's something that I would like to haul right there. You see that tanker? That would be something I would like to drive. So there's tanker trucks in here and a lot of stuff in there. Unbelievably still dark outside. Normally it'd be light by now. But when I'm at work inside the plant, I don't see none of it. You know. I don't see no outside when I'm other than if I'm in the break room. And probably because it's raining. They said it was gonna rain, so that's sort of spoiled a lot of my outside plans. Wore myself out at work, so I didn't get nothing done. And I wanted to stream last night, but I was so tired, man. I was just beat. All I could do was go and eat and go to bed. It didn't make any sense. But, you know, where it goes. Yeah, but that's how I did the first when I found out the event was on. Cause I seen it on my on social media. They was advertising it, so I was like, okay, well I guess I'll go in and take benefit from it. And this is what they do sort of close to the end of the year. I mean, every year is something that kind of keeps people involved. So. Back off-road again. Let's see what kind of equipment is back here. I see there's a few harvesters back here. Oh, they even got some stuff undercover back here. Maybe take some footage of that. Now, I'm learning something that you can do in 146 that you're supposed to be able to create a load. It's supposed to set you up for another load, Don't quote me on it, but I might look back into the information about it. That's mainly why I wanted to stay in 146. Plus, we had the draft shaft torque where the truck actually heights up when you hit the pedal hard, you know, or when you got weight on it. So, you know, here's what it is. So, all right, let's drop this load. see if she get us another run here. What? Stock submission failed. That's weird. Let's see if we can find us some load here. And that's the thing I have to watch when it comes down to these mods. Certain mods I like to have in, but I like the certain mods that actually take over a lot of your loads and don't show load on the traders. Those are the things I try to avoid. You know, you're supposed to make sure all this stuff is together. I should not see an empty trader. Not unless it says empty trader. People don't really understand the importance of that, but yeah. That's just something that I've always looked at. Alright, so that's going back to Spokane. That's going to there, but I'm not gonna I'm gonna probably go here. Because I think it's over 60 miles. As long as you're over 60 miles. Oh, let me check this out. I'm gonna grab that and then still look into it. I'm sure that's what it is. Because a lot of times they use kilometers, but it's still, I think you have to at least do 60 miles, over 60 miles in order for the reload to run to be counted. So let's see. Let me check that out real quick. Okay, so, alright, let's look at the rules again. Using external contracts with the World of Trucks connected profile and Euro Truck 2 and American Truck Simulator, I could have used either one. I could have played, on this side, but I may do everything on this platform instead of going back and forth. And that's just, me. So, I try to space everything out. And my goal was to do American Truck Simulator yesterday or a couple of days ago, and it never happened. So, work was too intense for me to do it. So, we got the community goal is to achieve 666,000 deliveries. Okay. Halloween treat cargo for any city in any trucking territory. Okay. When the player completes 13 deliveries of Halloween treat cargo across the trucking authorities in either game, it will complete their goal. Okay. Now, all I wanted to see is what's the mileage. So you're gonna get some little stuff, some little gifts for you completing the run. So all I want to do is look. Okay, so it doesn't even show it. So technically, I think. Let me see. Let me look over here. Sometimes it'll tell you in more detail if you look into it. Look at the information and it'll tell you points. Yeah. Because I'm sure I've seen 60 kilometers or more than 60 kilometers or something like that. And maybe I was something that I was looking at and thought I was looking at and wasn't that. So this event, it goes until it concludes Sunday the 6th of November, 23:59, which is Army time. So once that time is up, then the game, that event will be closed just like all the rest of them closed. So yeah, but I don't care what event they're pushing. I will try to take hold to it. I remember one day we did a COVID-19 event. I took it. I did. I mean, I transported this and transported that. I took. I mean, that was one of the events. It should be on here somewhere. One of the events that I did. I mean, that it was a Big Sur event. So I'm not playing. When I do this kind of stuff, I take it very, very serious. I'm not on here just to be playing a game. Oh, well, he just playing a game. No, I'm all about business. And maybe if I continue, I'll be a partner, or I'll be able to sort of back off of what I'm already doing. Because that's the goal. You got the Pink Ribbon event, which is the cancer event. I take hold to a lot of this stuff. One Truck Family, I got rewards for all this stuff. Why? Because that's something that Trucker at Home, Operation. We had to do a bridge. Had to create a bridge. So I put cruising Idaho, Hard Truck Heat, which is the 18-year celebration of Hard Truck, the Hard Truck game. Cruising Colorado. You see, there's some other Christmas events. I did it all. Hauling Hope, which is part of the current situation that we're dealing with now. Cruising Iberia. So I'm not just on here just messing around, twiddling my thumbs. Not, best community ever. The Idaho Spud. I did that event, which is an actual real event in real life. They had Thrustmaster, which is the steering wheel, tribute to the steering wheel, to the Thrustmaster steering wheel. So it's a lot that has been, I have done. Cruising. So every time we had a new state, there was an event. There will be an event for Texas when they come out with Texas. Every state has had an event. Steering wheel rollout. Mountain Goat, Cruising Montana, Destination Hanover, which is the last big event that we did. Then we just did I just did the 10th anniversary of Euro Truck, and now we're doing this event. So I'm always doing something. I'm always, ever since they created this atmosphere, I took hold to it. Maybe it's not for you. It's understandable. It's okay. Maybe other stuff you like to do, which a lot of times that stuff is is sort of habitual. It's just like twiddling your thumbs. You know, I ain't got to deal with a lot of all this, unnecessary stuff. And I just looked at it and say, happy Halloween. They just put their little flavor on the event, which is fine. Whatever, whatever floats your boat. Then you got people right here that have posted all this right here. This is their gallery because somebody else just took hold to it. I took a couple pictures, and people are constantly doing the work. They're constantly doing the work. So this event is going on, and they're, and if I actually look, let me go to home and watch this. Look at the goal. They already done knocked out 222,121 miles already. So why would I be twiddling my thumbs trying to figure out if I want to do this or not? I'm going to take hold to it, whatever it is. Whatever they have for me to do, I'm going to do it, and that's all it is to it. You may not like it, it's okay. It's what I want to do. So, you don't have to look and pay attention to it. You can, bypass me. And it's all about what you want to do for yourself. So I try to create a neutral atmosphere for everybody to come and look at. I rant, rave, been there that did that when it come down to certain things. And I just refuse not to do a lot of stuff that I'm sort of the eyeball. So And plus we got another truck on the way, and I'm sure that truck will be probably dropped out. Probably maybe doing between this event in Texas and the other the last event of the year, holiday event of the year, and more likely that truck will be out, which is the VNL Puma, that's something that I like because I like the 9900. I like all these trucks. They done a good job with a lot of this stuff, and I'm impressed. Let me see if I can. Now this is actually here's some more information about Texas, where now we got the space industry right here. So this is all real. I mean, this is. Let's see if I can get this thing to right. And that's what I like about this. They putting this part in where I'm still in game and I'm still on live and I'm still doing this. I ain't tapped out. I'm showing y'all stuff that that y'all can do for yourself. When you create a goal for yourself, you can create what you want. And this is all based on real life stuff, right? Real life events. So that's why I said that those I wouldn't put it past us wanting the lows being the shuttle. Excuse me. Because we already pulling I think one of the special transport loads is like a big old helicopter. So the shuttle can come on a truck. It's transport by truck in certain cases when they need to do it. So glass plant and wind power site. See, this is the other. They just complimented a lot of this stuff. And it's all about if you want to take part of it. If you don't, you can be a party pooper and and you got all these folks that are saying good things about this stuff. That's it. But a lot of stuff you're gonna always have people that rant and rave, and then they still gonna, they don't understand the way business is. If they can make these trucks dirty, if they can make these trucks tear up, get towed up, do you think they wouldn't try that? Do you think they wouldn't do it? But a lot of this has to do with the people that they're in business with, in partnership with. So, so I don't pay attention to this rigmarole, and hogwash, like they say. So y'all want to see this video? I show y'all this video. It don't matter, because this is always content for me, and if it's interesting for you, you'll watch it. If it's not, you don't got to watch it. So I'm gonna turn that down, let y'all see that, and maybe, and that's all. Oh, they showed it so fast. And that was it. That was just a little sneak peek, like a little story, and that's all they did. And there's so much going on. This is on the way. We got a DLC for this, which I'll let y'all see that if y'all want to see it. Cause like I said, I'm just creating footage. I'm creating content, and as long as I'm doing what Facebook tell me to do, and that's all I do. As long as I'm creating content, that's what they want. That's what they want from me. So I do enough. Turn that down so y'all can see that. And that's I'm not sure where that is in Europe, but that's work in progress. That's another DLC on the way, and it's a cost. all of it is a cost. Everything is a cost. You know, you go and watch a movie is a cost. Stream music is a cost. Everything is a cost. You got to go and pay for put gas in your car. You got to maintain your car. You got to go get on the bus. Nothing's free. You know, it's always work towards it. You know, and it's okay. I can understand that, and that's not a problem. You know, as long as they allow me to be a content creator, and I created this, I have branded myself as Croc242, and that's who I am. You know, I let you into my personal life at a point, you know, and that's it. And, you know, you know, and that's it. You know, a lot of stuff I don't get into because I don't have to. You know, but I try to at least be cordial and be open to allow people to, and the other people are playing it. Look at it. Everybody's playing it. Look at this. My friends are playing it. I got friends all over the world that are playing this game. All over the world. They're playing their games. They're trying to engage with me. I got people on Discord that, man, I want to hook up with you on Discord. I want to hook up with you on the game. You know, it's always conversation. It's not a problem. It never was a problem. You know, because I leave myself open for that. You know, and if you don't allow yourself to be able to do that, then you know you're gonna have a problem. Now this is a discussion right here of all the traders and stuff like that. This is stuff that people put up there. They spent their heart and soul to do this stuff. You know, you got creative minds out here. You know, there's a lot of people who don't want to always be at a job all the time and they understand the politics of a job. You know, you got to pay your bills. You know, at the end of the day, you don't want to be doing it all your life to the point where it's consuming you. You know, that's all. You know, and sometimes you got to do what you got to do. You know, so we're gonna get back into the game. I wanted to at least take a pit stop from actually driving for a point so y'all can see a bigger picture of where these folks are going. You know, as long as I'm living to be able to see it, I am trying to be spokesman as much as I can. They don't pay me, but they allow me to showcase what, and then maybe one day I'll probably be one of the ones that say, okay, well, Croc242, I like your style, I like what you're doing. I want you to go ahead and be one of our spokesmen for our game. You know, and then I'm all of a sudden I'm getting free DLCs, and all I had to do is not run mods in their game, you know, just to showcase the game. And then it's putting money in my pocket, you know. And that's what it's all about. This is something that, you know, I never was one that I liked to be dealing with the politics of a job or things like that. I've always wanted something that I wanted for me. I did that since I was yay high. You know, I was one of those ones that wanted to, you know, make money at the grocery store. You know, well, can I put your groceries in the? I'm old school. You know, I'm a young man, 46 years old, but I'm old school thinking. You know, I'm not so old school to the point where I'm stone age, to the point where I don't understand technology. And I know that technology gonna have its end. And that's just the way it is. You know, that's the reality. It may end with me because I'm not, you know, I may not live that long to see it again, or it may end. You know, it's gonna always be an ending somewhere. So let's go back in here, and that's where all this stuff comes in. You know, when I had downgraded all the way down to like 131, 132, a lot of this stuff disappeared. It was like, why? You know, it couldn't even compute. You know, because that's not the direction they're going. They're going forward. They're not going backwards. You know, some people think backwards. They don't. That's all they think, backwards. You know. So we're gonna go on ahead and keep on rolling. I'm going to get this run over here. May change his engine to make it a little quieter. I don't mind hearing it. But and it is different in this truck because this truck has always been noisy. I mean, it's been always been quiet. It never has. And this is technically the engine out of the W900. I think I got a engine mod in here somewhere where I think I had to create one for that CLT 9000. Some of the engines were like outdated, but I don't think they were outdated. I think I didn't have all the engine files for it. It was something that went wrong, but yeah. Probably after the event, I'll probably go ahead and bring that truck out. But because every time they come out with something new, I have to jump on it because I don't have that kind of time to be messing around. These guys is knocking this stuff out. They like 300,000 miles away from the goal, you know. And if I let dust stay under my foot, I'm not gonna finish the event, you know. So I want to benefit from everything I can from the game, you know. I don't, you know. So that's just all. That's what the way I am wired, you know. So I just wanted to at least show y'all that much. I didn't want to hide it from y'all because, you know, how fair is that to y'all? I mean, y'all want to benefit, and if you don't, then, you know, I wish I could have set up a profile where people could come in here and play with me, and which that is the goal. It's always been the goal to get back into that. So that's something that I started out with. And I plan on ending with, you know. I was at one time I wasn't using my headset. Now I'm getting used to wearing my headset. You know, I didn't like to wear the headset because it was always having my ears all sweaty. But you know, just you learn how to deal with certain things. Just like my job. My job ain't easy, but I trust the process because I know that it's going to get me to a different plateau. And that's all it is. There's so much stuff, so many incentives that I'm hearing about it, you know, and just me understanding how things work. And if you trust the process, you'll get what you're looking for. And I'm not getting any younger. I mean, I got 20 plus years to retire. You know, what am I going to do? You know, so, you know, I tried driving at the time, and now a lot of politics in that now, and I need to be doing something different. You know, I tried customer service. You know, I tried being a general laborer, so sort of back into that atmosphere again, being a general laborer. You know. So I'm gonna try to get to where I'm gonna try to probably see if I can get in my other trailer, get in my custom trailer, and see if I can actually get the load that way. Try to kill as much as this time that I need to kill out because 4 hours is a long time. You know, I wouldn't even tell anybody to watch me for 4 hours. I don't even expect you to watch me for 4 hours. You know, you only require 3 minutes to see what I'm doing and react, like, share, and that's it. You know, keep it moving. You don't have to necessarily, but the person dedicated to seeing what I'm doing and like the conversation that I'm creating, the content I'm creating, then I expect the person to stay a little longer, you know, and that's it. You know, I try to be open-minded for everybody, but you know, I'm only one person, you know, and you get, you know, you barely have any time for yourself to be able to do certain things, you know, because you all, you know, already caught up in trying to take care of yourself and responsibility. So, you know, a lot of people are at work now. I would be at work too, you know. And I think one of my days, I know next week I got one of my off days. I gotta be at where I gotta catch a delivery. You know, then another day I have to be at a medical appointment. So, you know, when am I gonna have time to do anything else? So 2 of my days is gonna be taken up.
Never mind.
You know,
I'll find a new route.
so you know, I have to you know, do things right then and there than plan it. You know, a lot of my plans always get spoiled. You know, so. Like I said, I'm not planning on being on here all day because you know, I got family, wife, you know, kids is gonna be in school, but they give my wife quality time. You know, you gotta space all this stuff out, and that's the reality. You know, you don't want to be, you know, party pooper, not like that, but the way it is. That's the reality of it. So, you know, and then when I can stream, I stream. If I can't, I just can't. And then people, you know, you have to meet people halfway. And you know, I just was on a streamer's, what's the name? And he had a call. You know, he couldn't stream. So he was already, you know, in a situation where he has to take care of himself. Self is first. So, I mean, no disrespect on, yeah, but he communicates, you know, that's another thing I like about uploading a lot of my videos, so a person can still see my content, even though I may not be able to do the commentary, you know. And just like I was, a couple times I was doing snow runs, you know, times that I was, haven't had space to unwind, I was doing snow runs, you know, and you know, and we have was it season 8 now that's out, and it's part of farming. I took some pictures of it. I may one day stream part of it, you know. I don't know, you know. So you know, but if people got to communicate. You know, and you have room to communicate because I leave things open for you know, on my group page or my page. You know, you can give me a nudge on what if you want me to stream a certain thing. You know, if I can stream it, and if I can't, I just can't do it. You know, I'm not gonna spend a lot of money on stuff that's not necessary for me to stream because I have to like what I stream. You know, I have to enjoy the games that I play in order to be constantly and be open-minded to be able to have fun with it. You know, and that's what you start seeing a lot of content creators starting to do. You know, and I should speak on their behalf because I'm a content creator, and they're not going to stream something they don't like. It doesn't even make sense. Why would I stream something I don't like? You know, Call of Duty is a nice game. It's a perfect game. I love it. But I can't sit there 8 hours staying on the game and can't get up from the seat. I got to be able to press the pause button. I got to be able to stop in order for me to, you know, those games, Fortnite, a lot of those games are not designed for you to stop. You know, they're not designed for that. You know, they're designed to keep you going. that's just the reality of it. Good. Let's drop that. On there. Pancake a little bit. So that's the reality. A lot of people, I don't agree with you. Well, I mean, we agree to disagree. That's all. So, yeah. And I'm probably gonna be honest enough to tell you. Some people don't want to, may not want to say anything. And it's okay. At least I'm honest enough to tell you. Yeah, look, sound like my what's the name of reset? I'm right in the middle of the street. Oh well. Alright, we here.
It's all over now.
Ain't that fast. Now this is going to the grocery store, which makes sense. Yeah, it's going to food, goods and food. Makes sense. 24 hours. Oh, we dropping down in there. Okay. I haven't did that in years. Okay. Alright. This is a long daddy right here. May not be able to do it. Yeah, we tipping at 2 hours. I'm gonna try to ride this as long as I can. My wife will be coming back, and when she come back, then I need to give time where it's needed. So, and all I can tell you is, it'd be nice to create a schedule, but my life is too complicated to create a schedule. And I didn't already talked about that. So I stream when I can and create content while I can, and that's all I can do right now. So, once I make a schedule, then I gotta try to keep the schedule, and then when things happen, then I gotta communicate. So easier to do it the way I'm doing it right now, until I can figure out a different way to do it. A lot on my plate, trying to, weather is changing up, and I need to sort of get a lot of things done and completed. This is cool. How they allow you to drop off at points like this. Now I can bag it right there. I can bag it all the way to the dock. We got docks like this. So bring it up a little bit. Gotta hold the brakes a little bit. Alright, let's drop her off. That's why I can't wait until 146 is all the way out, because that company browser is slick. I like that. So alright, let's see if we can find us another run here. Okay, we got some more. It's taking me back up in there, but I don't want to go back in there. I want to go further away. What? And then you got Texas right over here. Because at one time, Texas showed up, well, in 146, it will actually show that it says Texas, but Texas won't come out until the time, and also you still got to buy the DLC, so technically all the West Coast is pretty much covered. Now they're working on the Midwest, which is, they're trying to cover some bases as fast as they can. You know how that goes. I guess I'll go on ahead and see if I can switch over to my other trader. So I don't know if I can. Oh, wow. Oh, I haven't got a chance to actually purchase the other garages yet on this profile. So I'm probably gonna have to Bakersfield. May go to Bakersfield anyway. Oh, this is that CL 9000. I want to show y'all the truck. But I don't know why it won't show up. I still haven't figured that out yet. Everything else have shown up. Because this is the Workstar. And I like that truck too. Somebody just updated it for 145 or 146 or whatever it is. So y'all get a chance to see a lot of stuff, and they actually put some chrome on it. Now I know that a lot of this is Mexican style, Puerto Rican style, which is fine, whatever. I need to really know what this is. I guess that's like a lock. As far as I know, I have to look into that. But I like they actually made this chrome. This is chrome, that's chrome. If I can take these off, I don't need that. That's something that I don't need. On the rim. So. But if it's there, it's there. There ain't much else I can do about it. So y'all might have to educate me on that a little bit. But I think I had showcased this truck before, the Workstar. And it doesn't look too shabby. It doesn't look too shabby at all. maybe one day I'll drive it. You know, I got a few trucks in here that I would like to drive, but you know, it's just hard to do a lot of stuff in a small amount of time. Yeah, a lot of people a lot of drivers used to talk about the work star because of that Max Force engine. They said it's junk, which is typical if you're trying to do a lot of work with it. You know, it's not really made, but a lot of this new stuff is not made for long-term driving. You know, like road driving. You know, because technology, you can only drive this thing so long. You know, and in the maintenance. Gotta always look at maintenance. Maintenance is is always key. You know, it's always key. You know, it don't even really matter what kind of car you get as long as you know how to maintain it. You know, some cars are more complicated than others. I don't even like Cadillac, but Cadillac will run forever if you make sure you take care of it. You know, you just got to take care of it. But it costs money to do that. It costs a lot of money to maintain a vehicle. You know, and I drove a lot of Cadillacs in my time. You know, being a driver. You know, parking them and stuff. And they were nice. It just it just takes so much to keep them running. You know, BMWs, Porsche, all of them. You know, Volkswagen. They're all nice. It just takes so much effort to keep them running. And Subarus, I love Subarus, but in order to fix a Subaru, especially like the plugs, trying to replace the plugs, you got to pull the motor. Who pulls motor just to change plugs? But that ain't the only car that you have to do that. You have to do that with Porsche. You have to do that with some Audis. You have to do that with some. If you don't have room, if the motor's crammed up in there, oh yeah, you have to do that. You know, it's just the way it is. So I guess that's like the. If I wanted the mud flap that actually moves. So, but I don't want that. But that's a nice little touch. You know, he at least put those on there as a default. You know, so all right. I need to figure something else out. Oh, I don't have no space. No space for my garage. So I need to go and buy another garage. Already at 2 hours. And I wanted to see also oh, I even got this. I got the main truck that don't even make sense. Here it is. No, that's Blade truck. That's Blade truck. The LTL 9000. But that ain't the one I was looking for. There's another truck I'm gonna show y'all. Figure out why it's not showing up in the dealership, but it shows up in the quick job. So that's something that I've been tittering with, trying to figure out why this one shows up, these show up. And I was messing around with the file and messing with the scripting for that. See, here it is right here. DTL 9000, but it only shows up in the quick job. So maybe I'll have to figure out later. Alright. Teglio. Let me nobody came in, nobody communicated, so I think I may cut off, because you know, I'm doing enough for now. I'm already 4 out of 13 up already, and that's good for me. So then, I'm not gonna probably showcase the rest of this event. I'll probably finish it up off script, probably off stream, and just show pictures of my progress like I did with the event. So I think I gotta go and then go to another garage. Travel. That's probably what I'm gonna have to probably do. Got plenty of money to work with, so just probably to unlock that part. And I probably won't do anything with trying to get those garages. Nobody came in yet, so I'm not gonna be putting nobody on to say hello and nothing. Probably more likely to be at 2 hours just now. Be sitting in the seat. Probably by this garage. That's probably be it for now. Garage right over there. Alright, we still set up for another that's sort of weird that X15 sounded like a M14. I mean, not M14. C15. Probably go with the PACCAR.
Finding new route.
That's technically what belongs to that. Let's see. Slow down. Yeah, that's the name of the it was nice to run with a different engine. Not sure what you think. That's why I don't run with the Creekon anymore all the time. Garage, that's triggering me an email. Doesn't sound bad at all. I like that. Ain't all extra noisy. Sometimes less than technically less than 2 hours to chill out to get back into compliance again. And maybe what I already did already will count. I don't know. Hope it will. And just
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. Stay left, then turn right. Turn left.
Alright, frame rate bad. Alright. Alright. Good. Try to do all this in one day.
Get ready to
I'll
turn
be
right.
able to transfer my trade over. Instead of
Turn left. We are finished.
80,000 for it. There the email. Got it. Okay, so now it's gonna allow me to see, now they just open that up, more purchase. So now this is open now. All I do is open up the email, and that covers that. Now, okay, so now, oh, he's gone in. Now, I don't know why they is there. Make that private. Locate it. Alina. Now let's see how the trade looks. That's nice, man. Wow. That's epic. I need to I need to take a picture of that. Now let's see if I okay, so I'm just gonna go on ahead and get this run. And technically, so now when you're using your own trader, now you see how it changes over to external ownable. So I should be able to get something to cover that. So let's see. Maybe I'm gonna have to go to bed. But now, if you notice, a lot of this stuff is popping up. It's nice. The other containers definitely are showing complimenting a lot of this stuff. It's nice. Now, I may not be able to use my own trader at this point, even though that's something I would want to do, but you know why? Because the thing is that you run their trader. Run that trader and showcase the outside as well as the low. So may not be able to use it. And it's understandable. So I can't sort of respect that. It would be nice to be able to haul that for the event in my own trader. So it's a good thing I did at least do that so y'all can see that. See what you can and can't do. Okay, so now I can still go to bed and see if it resets that flippable axle. Now I'm gonna go in here and oh, I know no wonder I ain't got no room. So that means I'm gonna expand this garage. Small. That's why we bumped into that wall. In the garage this time. Cool. I wish I possibly get somebody to actually create a skin for the garage. You know, like thing, but like I said, I'm not a begging person. Yeah. And it's up to the person to just create that for me. That's what they want to do. But everybody else got their skins. You know, but and that's better than money. You know. Talk, we got some skins for you for your trucks and your traders and stuff. It works for me. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can go to sleep and see if we can actually that's all. And see if we can get it closed in that way. If not, then it's gonna be what it is. And it's gonna be understandable. So it looks like you can't use your own trader, which is fine. have to use you have to use the trailer that's out there. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up for the load, and wherever I go to get that load, I can still put my trailer back where it was. So yeah, good, great. I wanted to go to a different state anyway. 73. Oh man, this is perfect. I can knock out maybe about. I can almost knock this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I did another 4, that would be 8 out of 13. So interesting. So here's a word to the wise. You don't have to go cross the country all the time. You can actually quick travel to a different state and work out of that state. Like this 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. There's 15 cities right here that you can work with in between. Oh, that's an interesting one. I know that name. Know that name. Well, alright. So, let's see. Before taking an external contract, your tax trailer must be transported to the garage in Helena. Do you want to dismiss this current trailer and take this out? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, I have no choice because I can't use it. It serves no purpose for me. So I want to continue to finish the run, but I won't do it today. Time has befallen us. We had 2 hours and 24 minutes. Try to cap out it 2.5 hours. So at least I got that extra 30 minutes to work with. Try to see if we can get this run while I'm out here. That'll be it, fortunately. But thanks everyone for all your support and all your accolades and whatnot. What you can do and what you can't do, I understand. Even if you can't support me, I understand that. It's okay. So, everything helps. I even compliment the troll. You even got to compliment the troll. They help everything go the way it goes. So,
Turn left.
it's all good. All of it's good. Ooh, that was close. Almost covered him. Almost covered me.
Get ready to turn right.
Right in front of the cops. So I want to at least get the line first. I won't care if the line is late. I don't know how long we'll be doing this beta. So that's another reason why I want to get this done. Because I don't know if it's going to affect the event. Sometimes it's kind of, I don't think it's going to affect the event. I don't like to see that kind of thing.
Go straight.
But I encourage everybody to finish the event. Get your accolade or whatever. Because all you have to do is do your own personal goal. Help the community. But the community is already doing it. So a lot of players have their own BCCs and they have their own teams that are helping them get the job done. they doing this collectively, killing our smiles. So that's why you see a lot of this stuff being done so fast because that's the way they work. They work together to get the job done. What it takes. It takes a team to get everything done. You can't do it on your own. I've always been encouraged to do that. Have a team of people to help me get things done. That's all you can do. You can't expect everybody or anybody to try to, be committed or that committed because it's not a job. It's a volunteer thing. So can't do it. I know how to monitor my own chat, play different roles in my stream. So that's not even a problem. That's something I've been doing before everyone else came on the scene. So not a problem.
Turn right.
But I'm always.
Straight.
Now we're going right back to the store.
Go straight.
And we're dropping off there.
This is where it ends.
This was in the back. I always try to have me in the back and in the dark. Now I gotta turn around. I'm just gonna hook up to the trailer and move it in a different place so we won't have complications or conflicts. Sometimes both stack on top of each other and create other problems. I've actually had it happen, especially if you're playing Truckers and Pete, and it happens. Sometimes it happens even in single player. What I used to do is I used to actually do the events in World of Truck. Not World of Truck, but Truckers and Pete event. But it's still part of World of Truck. That still looks like a third party.
Drive safe.
Right. Driving in blind. Okay. Now move this somewhere else. We already at the mark. My time is technically up. But I stay on any longer than I'd be going against what I already said I was going to
Go straight.
left the truck right there.
Stay left.
Park it in a designated area, so until next time, probably. It's not been bad, and 2 hours wouldn't have been, another 2 hours wouldn't be bad, but it's just that
Stay right.
I just can't stay here for 4 hours. Are you gonna watch 4 hours of content? Nope. So why would I do it? So I'll be in barely can get anybody to do 2 hours. It ain't on me, it's on what they want. It's not on me. I can create positive atmosphere is all I want. You got to show them that watch whoever they want to watch. See the alerts coming through my Discord. So I'm coming through a lot of things in the Discord. And people do what they want. Maybe I'm not that into it. That's try to be open-minded, and try to be as transparent as I know how. And we all trying to get to a certain point. That's why you don't see me hating on other content creators, because they have to see things for themselves within their company, being comfortable with that. And I could knock it out. We already over the plan, so it's running live. And so I'm just happy that acquiring something so that I can take a break. Find out I'd rather knock out 4 hours now than I can try to knock it out later. Bum, bum, bum. So I'm sort of in like overdrive. It's like cruise mode now. And that's the way I try to do it. Work was hard, and I was trying to encourage the guy that I was working with, sort of understand how we were trying to, it wasn't nobody trying to work somebody harder than you have to, because everybody was 4 hours. Nobody signed up for the 10 hours. That was something that the company wanted us to do. And we have to hit certain times, certain weights to stay in compliance according to the contract. So, dang, we got to already finish this run already. So I might as well go on in and knock it out at least. But that's another reason why I don't do a whole lot of extra zoom, cross country stuff with it. That's something that I've done, because I have enough roads on the original map for me to cover. Now I've actually used Coast to Coast. And I'll probably try it out Coast to Coast again to see if they create any improvements. So far, there's a lot more people that are using it. So I'm like, okay, so why not? And then I'm in a different state, so now I'm able to cover a lot of new ground, which I can finish the event just through this state, without a problem. So I may take a break. I don't know. We'll see. Always just need to respect which I've been trying to the atmosphere I've been trying to create. But I know my limitations. I'm human just like anybody else. We all human. We all bleed red. So that's what it's all about. Human, being human. That's all. Not so much as, and it just takes a lot to see that. That's why a lot of people get pets, because humans don't really understand humans. It's just the way it is. It's complicated. That's the case, then why would I have to get a pet? Why would I have to get a pet? Because people don't understand. So I have a cat. I didn't want another cat, but one of my oldest daughters wanted the cat. Why? Because that's sort of her help with anxiety, whatever it is, dealing with. And you need that, and you should not have to use an animal to compensate that, but that's what you gotta do. It's sad. We're in a sad society, a selfish society, at a point where everybody don't have time. And then when things start happening, then all of a sudden now you feeling bad about yourself because you didn't do this, you didn't do that. You got to create your own, atmosphere or whatever it is. I'm going to actually let this thing actually park this. I'm not gonna park it. So I can knock out this time so fast, but I'm gonna take a pit stop first to really confirm some things. And then I have to get off here. I have to get off here. You know, you may not have. You have to understand that. So, all right. So I'm gonna. I am going to go to. So I'll be right back. Possibly. All right, we back. Sorry for the delay, but like we can continue on a little bit. So I'll try to knock out this. We already tipping at 3 hours, so I only got an hour left to be in compliance. I'm probably already in compliance already by now, but we gonna keep this ball rolling a little bit. Convert with my wife. She's cool with it, so it's raining, sort of gloomy, but we're gonna try to keep this ball rolling. All right, switching back to the game. So that's another one for the record books. Let's see if we can try to find us another one. Now, so we got hopefully I won't not overlap to the point where I won't be still been from this run. So try not to get too close to the other, you know, because sometimes you can actually do
Let's do this.
close to the same run. So that's what I want to make sure. So we got another run somewhere over here. It's right beside that one. Great. I'm gonna pull on out of here. Nice to do everything in the nighttime. I mean, in the daytime, but as far as this is the way they got it set up, so we can do everything here. Try to get some daytime running in.
Then turn right. Okay, so it says I might have to adjust my suspension and drop the rear end down. Check this thing. May not have it set up already. Right, because I can't see. It's dark. Line was see. Bird's eye view mode. There we go. That's why I like to use bird's eye view. Okay, right in the position. Right. Perfect. Alright. Lock her down. Alright. Go ahead and do. Get on out of here.
finally getting daylight here, but it's still raining outside, so. Oh, I hear y'all. We blocking traffic. Oh well. Okay, let's go. What the heck? It's a four-wheeler. One of those gators. Oh, he's driving a little gator. Well, this is in the country. You can expect anything. Expect tractors, anything. Drop it off. Oh boy. Ooh. Good. Alright, we're dropping that Wahlberg. We're going from a good store to actually shopping center or shopping call it, well, Wahlberg is supposed to be Walmart. Going from one store to another store, so cool.
Time to get the job done.
Yep, indeed it is. Alright, we got another load to get. Going back this way up to get that one. Alright, bingo. Lock her down. Make sure I get my credit for the other one run. Looking good. 6 out of 13. So let's see how many more we got. We got 7 more to go. How nice is that? And we already at little over 3 hours, so we may make it to the end, we may not. So, but let's see. The goal is to try to finish the event, but yeah. So I'm trying to keep these lows as low as possible, so I won't have to overwork myself trying to get her down. Back way. Oh, you going this? Oh, you turning around. On that way.
Okay.
Oh, you had to get in the way, didn't you? I'm at the ride all over the darn sidewalk. Blowing at me, but you should have stayed back. Blowing at me. You know I need this room to come around. See, I'm driving this 52-foot trailer. Booty's one. Drivers don't care about that.
Okay.
Dropped up at Walbert, headed to Sunshine Crop. Just the lake.
stutter. Drive safe. Okay, here we go.
Alright, possibly the last run of the stream. 3 hours and 45 minutes in. And 4 hours flight for me. like
got 6 minutes to go on the stream. The last run of the day, officially. We got to it. 4 hours, man. 4 hours is a long way to go, man. Like half of like part of a part-time job. Got it. Want to finish this run again. There. Pull this boy over. An hour and 55 minutes on the game time on the run. Go on ahead and knock it out. I just got the signal, so gotta make my move. 4 hours is suffice, more than what was required. I mean, what all was required in my book, but it's not my ruling on that. So you gotta do what you gotta do. Make a plan. So. That's like almost half my shift. But got her done, so. pull over in this rest stop. Alright. Still got an hour, 23 minutes on this line, but it won't be done. We already out of time. Alright. That. Well, thank you everybody for the support and all that good stuff. But I have other things I need to be doing other than being out here. So try to do what you can and pretty much it. So let's see, I got a choice of J Sword Squad. I'm talking about people that's under somebody. Okay, got Project Mike, which is that need to level up 951, or I could go to Cripple Man Gaming, the 760. So that's probably where I go because he gets less. So start the raid there. Want to check them out? Check them out. Don't hesitate to hit right in the chat, in his chat, hashtag Spark342 raid. That's pretty much it. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next video. Spark342 out.